Morning, team. Morning. Hope you're all doing good. Hope you had a good day yesterday. We had a great day yesterday on stream. You might have got that one other trade set up after, and then you were probably done for the day. And what we have today is potentially a market in range with some pretty major divergence. So as always, we're going to start on the daily. What do we have on the daily? Well, the Bollinger Bands continue to start to trade together as we keep going sideways. You can see we've broken out of this key level here. Let's just call it 23,120. All right, yesterday was a back test of that key level right here, this old high. We back tested it. You can see resistance, failed breakout through, resistance again, finally a breakout through. And yesterday the failure came to test that level. So this for us right now is a possible support structure. That is our over under. All right, if we get a significant fail underneath that, then what I will then be thinking about is that the buyers will remain trapped up here. So if we use this as a move under to the 20-day and find resistance there, then we can think about a mean reversion trade deeper, maybe to the other side of Bollinger. Until then, we have to respect it as potential support to go higher. All right, so we have to respect it. But currently, we are opening up pretty much flat. All right, if we think about where we are, that's yesterday's range, that's the close, this is the open so far. We're pretty much flat inside range, which means what? Highly probable choppy action. On top of that, you can see if we just have a quick look at ES on the daily, ES, completely different, all right? It drove a little bit deeper yesterday, closed higher, and we're gapping up, and we're trying to take out all-time highs. So we have major divergence between the ES and NQ. That's one thing to note. Going down into the hourlies. You can see. Let's get rid of these for a second. There we go. All right, big sell yesterday, and all we've done since is grind up. All right, so grind, back test the level that we broke down from. Sorry about that we broke down from right here. All right, so that's where buyers got stuck. We have now back tested it. That's our key level, really. Okay, because if this is going to be a bear flag, we'd like one more attempt of it, maybe even a sweep, then a failure, and then we're looking for that trade down to 176. We need to be careful because overnight volume has been built up in here. I'm going to go over that very shortly. Reclaim of this level. Okay, reclaim of, let's call it 280, 300, opens it up for a squeeze higher. But I would expect, it doesn't have to happen, I would expect it before they reclaim, or if they're going to reclaim, they're going to go and rinse out some of these bulls first before doing a move like this. Again, one eye on ES today because of what's going on there. You can see overnight, right, here's our low from yesterday, grind up. Asia grinds up, tests it once, fails a little bit, all right, pulls back. London tests it again, gets through, now it's starting to fail, pull back. If we put this on here, right, you can see we're starting to try and stay over previous day value area high, struggling, and a point of control is pretty much slap bang in the middle of it. Now I can give you a more refined process of that, but I'd say if we're holding this action here, be quiet, Bookmap. If we're holding this action here, we have room to come and back test all the way up here at 350. So what I'm talking about is if we can build out here, it has a move up to this next block, all right, right here. All right, so in here, it might want to reprice. If it fails this, there's no real structure in here, then we're looking for rotation back down, point of control, value area low. If we get a big failure under this, then we can think about a deeper dive all the way down. So that would mean a new leg, which would start to look pretty bearish on an hourly. All right, if we're going to fail beneath this range, like we talked about on the daily, that would be pretty bearish. So that's the major level right now is previous day's low. Is it previous day? I just want to double check this. Yes, previous day low. That's a big level. Big level. So for now, I'd say building liquidity between 74 and sort of 160s, you could say 140s if you really want. Building liquidity between these. A breakover can be bullish, break and retest. A fail break, bearish for rotation. Same on the other end of the range. Because we're in range, we're going to play range plays. Fail break gives us a move back inside. A full breakdown and a retest under here, which stays heavy, will open the gate for a much bigger move down. Those are the sort of, well, that's the game plan, let's say, that I'm looking at. Range rotation, highly likely. Okay, moving into lower time frame. Just so you can see, here's yesterday's action. More clean, so the edges right now really from yesterday are 250. Let me make sure I've got that to 4 o'clock. I'm pretty sure I have. Just redraw it. Yeah, it's at 4 o'clock. Perfect. All right, so really the range is 250 to 280 supply or potential supply, and you would expect that 170s to try and hold. Any failure of that, we go and test low of yesterday. If we're going to have a quick look at the mag, Apple, strong. We talked about it yesterday. Yesterday I was saying when we were in that big sell, I was saying, interesting. It's got relative strength. That makes me want to buy it. And look at that. We're getting a nice move off the back of that. So Apple holding these 12s and 11s really well. Looks set for a bigger move higher at this point. Microsoft. Key level here. You can see here's a cluster. All right, big expansive move, pulling back. This can just be a retest for a giant flag to go higher. Failing under there, then you'll get deeper rotation. Amazon, midpoint of range. This is just a back test. Big fail yesterday, back test. If they find any failures in front of, let's just call it 29s, like they're starting to do, you might get a retest of that low. Then they have to see if they want to bid it back up or if they're going to let go of it. So far, pretty bit of divergence there. Apple wants to go higher. Microsoft trying to hold on to the lows. Amazon might find some supply here. Google has earnings tonight. All right, so I would expect this to be a bit wonky on the tape. Depends what they want to do with the options if they're going to price it up. Clear resistance here. Clear support structure down here. This can just be a pullback to go higher. Meta back into its range. All right, we were down here for a little while. Broke out, retested, came back in. Deeper retest now. Does this rotate back down to the low side of the range? So none of the mag are in agreement right now. Nvidia pulling back off all-time highs. I want to see a bit more of this. There we go. Into some support structure here. You can see if Nvidia keeps failing 170s, we talked about that last week, that 170. If Nvidia fails 170, it's going to come deeper. Any reclaim here, and then you're going to get this move. So 170 over under, absolutely key for Nvidia. And Tesla holding a bit better than the others, to be honest. There's your high. I'm going to come, if that's the V, or the other side of it. So it just depends if it can get a breakout now over 38. Otherwise, retesting 27. So a bit of indecision here. Nothing gapping up over previous day highs. Or NQ's just woken up, it seems. And if we've had news here or not. I think we've got some light news at 10 o'clock. Let me just check everything now quickly. Let's make this big for you. Okay. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, existing home sales, 10 o'clock. Financial juice up. Have a quick look here. We've had some Trump comments just now. That's what that move up. Indonesia has also agreed for the first time ever to completely open its market to the US. That's big. Okay, so you're seeing comments from Trump this morning. In fact, you're seeing a lot of comments from Trump this morning for the last half an hour. Houses are lagging because of too late Powell. Board should act now. Our rates should be 3 points lower than they are. Yeah, okay, you're getting major Trump comments this morning, folks. So just be careful out there. We all know that increases the volatility. We can have a quick look at the book. You can see a seller up at 300, not too much more than that. We'll see who comes on once we get the open. 300 will be this level right here, midpoint of that old range. All right, I'm going to grab a water. And we're going to go through some good mornings, and then we'll see if we can get some trades today. Be right back. All right. See how we go here then, folks. See if we get a morning drive out. Watching ES. ES just made a new all-time high here, by the way. So major divergence here. NQ not even through that supply level yet. And ES at all-time highs. So major divergence this morning. Let's move this mic up so I can get my arm out. Get through some good mornings here. Let's see who's joining me today. Good morning, Jesse, Clint, Jeff, BU, John, Miguel, Ken, Glenn, Donna, Christy, Shane, ERF, Richard, Mike, Peter, Trentry, Brandon, Willa Williams, John Dennis, Firewater, Raphael, Toby, Lyndall, Eva, Arturo, John, Paul, Mo, James, Greg, DK, and Trader. Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? We had a great day yesterday. We're inside choppy range today, potentially with divergence on the tape. So do not necessarily be expecting the same results today. All right, we will wait to see if something really good sets up. But at the moment, you can see that we're just inside the previous day's range. We're inside the current weekly range. Those who have done the course, we're thinking about the weekly model. So we're thinking about the extremes right now. Which side are we likely to gun for? We're probably sat about 50%, I would say, 50% of the current range. So nice and slow here. Don't need to force into anything. All right, nice and easy. I won't be trading my Apex accounts today. I had to put them in for request of money yesterday. Like I've talked about, I'm expecting that to not happen. Or I'm expecting them to tell me to bugger off because of what happened last Monday with those... with the trade copies, but let's see. So open coming right here, folks. Here we go. Watching ES closely. ES just broke all-time highs, having a pretty decent pullback at the open. We are flushing through this view up already. Let's see if we're going to hold some structure here or not. Watching the book. Let's move that out of the way so I can see. So underneath London low already. Fairly major sell here. Fairly major sell off that supply. ES also joining in. Let's see if they hold. We've closed the gap now. This is previous day close, previous day point of control here. So a big level here if they want to bid off it. If we're going to start failing this, then we can go back down to the edge of range from yesterday. So this is the level of value from yesterday. You can see it right here, and then all the way down to 176 if they start to fail it. Wow, what a sell. So ES2 VWAP here. Crazy market. So rejecting supply, straight back down to previous day point of control. If we keep selling, it's potential we go down to that value area low. Here is the VWAP on ES. NQ still selling. Market, by the way, all green other than Tesla and Microsoft. So it can be a dip and rip still. Nice catch on VWAP there for ES so far. Momentum very bearish this first 2 minutes. Just let it settle down. Just let it settle down. We've now closed the gap. Previous day close has been tagged. Trying to reclaim point of control here. ES trying to find a bid off the VWAP. MAG is green other than Tesla and Microsoft. So Tesla 0.75% down. Wow. Divergence is huge. No one on the book yet so far. A bit of absorption attempt here into 75. Still selling. Still selling. They're coming for that value area low. We're coming to that blue box already. Insane. This market at the open is just doing these huge moves. All right, so value area low down here. If this holds, we rotate back up and we're going to have a range day. If we start failing this, we're looking for low of week. If we fail low of week, we're looking for a much, much deeper drive down. So far, value area low holding and ES holding VWAP for now. So this was the dip into value, back to point of control now. Do they find sellers up here, or are they just going to rip all the way back to highs? Some of the market's starting to rotate lower now. Google gone red on the day now as well. Just let it settle down. Let it settle down. I know, Coop. It's literally every open we just do this giant move. And then we have to see if there's follow through. If there's no follow through, then what we're tending to do is just go sideways for the rest of the day. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. But here's VWAP and previous day point of control. Now, do they use this as resistance for a sell? Remember, we've already come to previous day value area low. So pretty big move. We peaked above value area high, we got stuck, and we've come straight back down to previous day value area low where there is support. So this is your range, blue to red box, right? We talked about, I'm expecting it to chop between these ranges, and once it makes a decision, maybe we can join in and get something. Until then, this is exactly what we talked about pre-market. Here to here, probably back to here. It might do a double bottom and then go back to there. Very, very tricky. But momentum is bearish, absolutely bearish at the moment. Interestingly, that ES took the all-time high and then sold. So not a good look. Maybe we go lower today. Maybe we go and retest low of week. Those thinking about weekly model, maybe it's possible. Apple now red on the session as well. So Apple's gone red, Microsoft's gone red, Google's red, and Tesla's red. The rest of the market holding on for now. So a bit like yesterday, I want to see if this drive up gets sold into versus some of these levels around here or previous day point of control, whether they build out a bear flag to retest the low and go lower, or if they're going to set a trap and just squeeze. Yeah, Willa, I totally agree. It's exactly how I feel. The divergence is massive. I didn't trade yesterday afternoon, but you started to see it yesterday afternoon, didn't you? With the ES relative strength rotating all the way back to the high as well. NQ got stuck midpoint of the range. Okay, reclaim previous day point of control coming into VWAP. So we've gone all the way down to value area low. We've found bids. We're going back to VWAP now. And if they're going to do a dip and rip, they're going to start breaking out above this at this point. So they need to fail here. Sellers need to hold this up in this area here for a rotation back lower. If they don't do that, then you are potentially in a dip and rip type profile. I'm watching these wicks here at 14 and 15s where we found bids. It's also an anchor VWAP from yesterday. In fact, I better get an anchor on now, hadn't I, really? How many times am I going to forget to do that? Is it coming? Jesus. Why? Why have they done this? Can I not save that as a default? All right, let's see. Let's see. Do they go bear flag and break down? Watching ES because ES is above its VWAP and above demand right now. So VIX is trading right at near those low of days. Those in Discord, we talked about this. It's trading right in that demand box at 16. Tesla's starting to recover. Might go red to green here. In fact, very close to going red to green. So it's attempting to go red to green on Tesla. So it's trying to close its gap. Nvidia strong this morning. Meta looks okay. Google, 1/3% down. Here you go. Tesla going green on the session now. Let's see if they find a bid here. Just choppy action. This is what we expect. We had a great day yesterday. We're into chop. Okay, zoom out on the higher time frame. You can see potential bear flag, but we're in chop between these levels because this is where we found value yesterday. This was cheap yesterday down here. Okay, this was an old value area low. This was the new value area low we created. This is the back test of supply. Between here, we rotate. We're not truly bearish technically until we get under here. That doesn't mean there's not a trade down to there, but under here, if we get back test and failures, then we go much, much deeper. All right, potentially building out that bear flag here to go lower. Not easy right now. Maybe needs a second leg higher first or a reattempt. The problem is if it reclaims VWAP, it can go on a squeeze. But we are below that lower time frame algo. We are below all the flow zones. We are below the VWAP, but we are also in a range. So I'm trying to get that in my head. Don't necessarily think about a trend day today. We can just chop right back up if it wants. Tesla now green like we talked about. And the rest of the market not too far behind either. So that bid off value area low held well. ES back into where it just failed from, 72s. I'd say reclaim 72s. It can go back for an all-time high here on ES. Yeah, Glenn saying smash that like button. Please smash that like button, folks. Do me a favor to get this stream moving. We had a great day yesterday. Being patient today so far in rotation. Want to see if they get some failure here in front of VWAP. ES did just fail that 72 on that first attempt. VIX still trading at low of day though. No big orders on the book right now. Book looks pretty small other than 175, 162s. There's some bids down there and 23,300. So 165, 162s, 23,300. Basically, they're bidding under value. Selling above supply right now. That's all I can see on the tape. There's not much else going on here. It's just pretty slow, which is back to where it was last week because we're in range. A 15-minute candle looks kind of gross right now. 5 minutes left. Just waiting it. Let's see. Love to see at least a retest of where we just found a bid because there's lots of buyers down there. But it might not want to give it, but it would be nice. Here we go. All right, bear flag in. Small into VWAP, anchor VWAP. A little partial here, and then let's see if we can get down to this low. Being very proactive because we're in chop. Want to see ES let go of VWAP. ES back to VWAP again. Want to see it let go of this and rotate deeper. Need to see a break of the low of day on the ES Beautiful. Get some continuation here. Lovely. Can we get down? ES, new low of day. Fantastic. Now we're getting strength in NQ. Of course we are. Don't want to see a reclaim of PDC here. Already lots of money in, so leave that stop and see if we can get to lower day. ES starting to reclaim. Feel less confident in how this is acting at the moment. ES dipped into demand, finding a bid. Wanted to see it just flush straight through. Come on, ES, drag us down. Drag us down. Finding bids there, ES. Let me have a look at the tape. There's a move into 55 if it wants it in ES. Sellers are all the way up at 85, so they were kind of boxed in there. So if ES rejects VWAP here, maybe we get a little flush a little bit deeper. It's attempting to. And will NQ follow at this point? Need a new lower day here on ES. It's trapped between lower day and VWAP right now. Very, very tight. Need to break down. And then we're looking for NQ really to break 200s to get down to 175. If it fails to move lower here, then shorts will get stuck. So I'm very, very tight on my stop at this point. Moved it down into 15s. Don't want to reclaim of that. And be careful here because it can, if this is the sell, if they fail to move lower, this is your double bottom, and then we get like a W pattern to move higher. This is why I'm getting very tight with my stop. Oh, missed me by a tick. Only because I've got bad placement. I've got it on yesterday's anchored VWAP, probably about to get taken out here. ES holding. So we've got two VWAPs there. Today's anchor, previous day anchor. Into 16. Sorry, I said 15s. ES did give a new low of day there. Here we go. Come on. Is there going to be follow through today? Can we have some follow through? Be careful, manage this because if it doesn't break the lows, this is where shorts will get stuck, right? This is value area low. It's a congested area here. No cricket updates, please. I know we won the toss. I'm going to watch it afterwards. Thanks, mate. No spoilers. Something like, I saw a stat this morning. India have lost like the last 21 tosses or something, which statistically is like in the billions. In the billions now. All right, ES is trying to reclaim VWAP and so far not able to do it. It has made new low of day. ES has been down here. Please manage your stops here, folks. Just because we are in range, you have to respect it. Here we go. Starting to break down a little bit more. I want to break those lows at this point. And then I'm taking partials into it because I know it's value area low from yesterday. All right, this area here is a big level from yesterday. Here we go. Come on, finally. Let's go. Let's go. Taking partial here just in case. And now I want to see if we get follow through. So we've set the opening range now. We know this is value area low, so be proactive. Please be proactive. Do not be silly here. Lovely. Can we get to previous day low at this point? Come on. Come on, just snap. All right, they're stacking up here. There's some absorption here on the tape into 75s. All right, I'm watching it here. These guys here are trying to absorb. See that big green print? They're trying to absorb it. I'd love all this to get taken out, but I'm being proactive into this level. Beautiful. Thank you very much, market. That's me done for the day. Look at ES starting to sell. Come back down to previous day high now. All right, so your next level is PDL. If we can hold runners, we're looking for 07s. All right, but we're into big value area here. You can see it on the higher time frame. right here. All right, so a nice push, fail, breakdown, back to value area low. They can hold this if they want. Remember, the true short will come under this level. All right, if we break down and stay heavy, that's where a true short on a multiple time frame, a multi-time frame short will happen here, like on a daily, and not before that. So this can still be absorbed if they want. This is still within the range that we talked about. All right, so please be careful. That's why I'm saying please be proactive today, taking money because we're in range. Hopefully lots of you made money in that with me. Oh no, yeah, it happens. Didn't have copier on. ERF2 micros closed at the low. Nice. Mo, one and done. Love it. Do I have my volume profile on an M30 or M60? You're better off having it on an M30 because you're going to be looking at from the 930. But I have it on everything. I have it on even up here on my ones, right? But I mark it out from the previous day. So I don't really need to look at it so much once I've got it marked out. All right, so we're holding value area low now from yesterday, which is just a demand block. This is what I'm saying. Well, I've got a course launching tomorrow on it, a free course. But look, it's the same level. Wick, wick, wick. You can see it on the higher time frame. If you're going to do a block, you do it like that, wouldn't you? So it's the same thing. It's just giving you confidence where you know, okay, this is value area low. Under here is failed auction. All right, so if we protect value area low, we'll probably go back to point of control. If we get through point of control, we go back to what? Value area high or old value area low, which is supply. All right, so they all line up. It's just an extra layer of confluence, which you'll see. I think the YouTube video drops tomorrow afternoon on it. You can already, like, what do you call, put your alert on or whatever. It's got a premiere set for it. JD with the win as well. Odin, one and done. Johannes, W. Yeah, W's in chat if you got that. Congratulations. Super happy for you all. That's probably going to be your easiest trade of the day. Richard, made my money pre-market before the open. Nice, mate. Well done. You're on a hot streak. Clint with the win. John with the win. Priska with the win. Yeah, it was all right, wasn't it? It was a bit tricky because of ES. But all the move, we were saying, we just want a two-leg. There's your two-leg. There's a fail of the high. What's the main trend? The trend in the morning was down. That's your reprice. You can do a fib, anchor view up, flow zones, sell down, and this is our cover point, right? This is why the blue box was there before the market. We know we are not expecting market to go beyond this. So I took some money into this low in case they held it because they could have done one of these. And then the rest here, and now we're done. And if they want to recover and go all the way up or chop all day, we don't care because we've made our easy money. Now, if it wants to go lower, we're going to expect a channel to form and we're going to need to see a clear rejection under here at this point. John with the win, Priska, Min with the win, Bay with the win, Andrew with the win. Shaoli, nice, moved down, was able to catch that. Nice work. You might get some continuation here. We don't know if they want to attack Friday's low. But just remember, we are, like we talked about pre-market, we are in an inside bar right now on the daily. We are holding old weekly levels. And we have big earnings tonight. Ken with the win, Paul G with the win. Nice, folks. Well, lots of you might be one and done. You might have just made your money and think, hey, I'm out of here. Thanks very much. You can see how important these levels are. Understanding these levels, very, very important. So technically, from a lower time frame, we're not bullish now. Technically, unless it gets above here, and then you haven't got much room to here. This is the problem with range rotation, is you need to be long here, and really you need to be short here. This is the first bounce short, so that made sense. And now we just wait. Now we wait, folks. Let me get the stream up. See how many of you are in here. On the wrong one, aren't I? Just notice that. It helps me see it as well. Okay, some rejection of view up here. ES looks much weaker now, interestingly. So that was a failed break earlier. Failed break. If they're going to continue, we're going to get a nasty snap here if they're going to continue. Big ifs, but that's what it is. If they're going to continue, you're going to get a nasty snap through value area low. Opening range set, yeah, the orb now set, that white line on the screen. We're sort of protecting it at the moment. So holding value now, trading between these two, finding a bid like we talked about. You've got to be very careful down there. If they want to go all the way back up to that red block, they can go all the way back up to that red block. All right, because we're just in an inside day. Its job now is to build liquidity. That's the job of the market at this point. Can it build liquidity out? MAG is all over the shop, all right? Tesla, 0.25% up now. NVIDIA, 1.35% up. Meta, 1/3% up. And Amazon, just under 0.5% up. And you've got Google, 0.62% down. Microsoft, 0.5% down. Apple, 0.65% down. It's literally complete mixed bag. NVIDIA, the strong ones out there. And the weakest one right now, probably Apple. And here we go, all the way back to previous day point of control at this point. It's early, but let's just see how they're building. Volume probably at the lows right now, I would imagine. So there you go. That's your current session volume. So ES looking like it wants to break down. NQ looking like it wants to go the other way. Hilarious. Makes it really easy to trade when it's like this. So we're at that anchor VWAP right now. This level here going to be key. If we expand under 191, then we probably can retest the lows. ES testing low of day here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly where Google and Tesla after hours, we talked about it. Right at the beginning. Big earnings today. I expect the market to get very wonky from lunch onwards, right? As they start to hedge themselves in the options chains. So yes, not breaking the low here. It's building out liquidity here. It looks nasty. VIX starting to find a bid as well. Like I said, I think the easy money's probably gone unless they're going to do like a really big breakdown today, which I find hard to believe unless they're going to go mega risk off for some reason. And the easy money's probably gone for the day. See, trying to hold these areas here right now. If they hold that, we go rotation back up to the other side. If they fail that, then we're probably going to go previous day low. So testing that area now, you can see current value area low. If they flush through it, ES is trying to get to low of days. What I'm talking about, big levels here. They held it so far. And we're also inside the opening range, the white box, white to white. We're inside everything right now. Inside opening range. We're back testing Asia low. We're inside previous day. We expect range rotation. Could ES close the gap? Potentially down to 47s. Yeah, potentially. It's got to get through previous day high first, though. anything's possible, but right now it's just going to chop. Yeah, home sales 10 o'clock, isn't it? 4 minutes, 4 and a bit minutes. Whoa, there we go. And that's what I said. If they let go, they're going to retest. So there's a wash through. So maybe now we're going to look for this. If they're going to get really heavy, that's where we're going to go. So far, still respecting this level. So effectively, you can think of this now. If they reject this, we're probably coming down for this block here. And this is the multi-time frame level, because this is an old weekly breakout. All right, so if they're going to fail, ES now previous day highs, finding a bid there for now. So if they want to reject, you will need this, this, and this if you're thinking about playing continuation. But what I'd just say is, remember, we bid off these two levels yesterday. Previous day low might be low-hanging fruit. How do I draw a banana? Maybe they would have to reject this, get under here, and do that. All right. It's the worst banana ever, isn't it? An apple? I'm not an artist. Sorry, guys. I can trade, but I can't draw. Oh. Someone trying to absorb the tape here again. You can see it on the Bookmap again, right here. You can see this cluster down here. Not much lower. Maybe into 50s, which would just be a little sweep of this. And if we look at yesterday, is there some lows here? Yeah. All right, news coming here, 90 seconds. At least half of you not hit that like button yet. Please smash that like button for me. It just helps me grow this stream. It means other people get to learn like you are for free and hopefully make some money, whether you're practicing, whether you're passing evals, whether you're trading PAs or trading your own account. We just take the layup trades. That's what we do on this stream each and every day. I know some of you might have joined late yesterday and thought, why are we not taking anything? Because we made the easy money. So that easy money now, if we're going to fail these levels, will be previous day low or an expansion into here. That's what I'd be looking for at this point. Any hold of this where they don't break down, the long trigger like will now be here. This is where the squeeze will start. It'll be here and here. Right, so you're looking for just constant expansion lower. You have news coming here in 30 seconds, so just be aware. It's not red folder, but it's worth being aware of, especially after Trump's comments this morning about Powell stopping home sales going well right now because interest rates are too high. So be interested to see what this data says. So breaking down here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We should get home sales now. It should be coming out. Yeah, still just above previous day high. Feel like we're gunning for that previous day low right now, doesn't it? It feels like it wants to get to PDL. Whether it does or not is a whole nother thing, but it feels like it's what it's trying to do. Sorry, folks. So bids here at 50, 37s, and 25s. Like to see it just get to previous day low at this point. For any of you that are in it short, would be nice. Cannot be chasing down here though. ES trying to hold previous day high right now. It's a big daily level. Think about an RBS. That's effectively what previous day high is. Yet new H4 as well. New H1, H4. So we might need a drive up in this H1 before we even think about going lower. And if it wants to rebalance that whole thing, it's going to go all the way back up to 242. It's possible, folks. New Audi candle, it's possible. We are still inside range. I'm going to remind you, we're just inside range. MAG completely split here. Tesla 0.40% up. Nvidia 0.92% up. Meta 0.25% up. Amazon 0.40% up. Google now 0.80% down. Microsoft 0.58% down. Apple 0.75% down. All right, so you basically got them all cancelling each other out, and you got left defend between the ranges. That's all there is right now. ES finding a bid on previous day high, like we talked about as well, folks. All right, so I'd say the short trigger is probably up here above these highs right now. The short trigger, the short squeeze trigger. So where shorts get stuck is what I'm trying to say. Just can't say it very well apparently today. It's a big support level down here for the spiders as well. How many times we've been here? Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. Yeah, so many times here on SPY. So 50s and then 25s. 50s, 40s, then 25s if they keep selling. Thank you, darling. No, I'm good. SPX didn't hit previous day high though. SPY and ES did. I don't know if I can trade this morning. Well, yeah, we've got major divergences across all markets right now. I mean, if you look at NQ, it's the only one red on the day. YM's up 0.39%. RTY is up 0.5%. ES is up 0.17%. SPY is up 0.20%. QQQ down 0.19%. NQ down 0.24%. It's the weakest asset. So it's the one you want to be short in as NQ if you're looking for shorts, really. It's going to more likely to give you those. But your short location has gone at this point unless we get a breakdown and retest. But we did reject this area here that we were talking about here. There's your new low. Question is, can they get down here now? So far, it's holding on very well. Protecting in front of 300. Watching those 150s. Fail 150s, I think we go 125. Fail that, we're going to go straight to previous day low. So watching 150s is where they keep stacking here on the book. They're trying to absorb 150s. We're going to break down here. He's right on 50, and then there's a little room and wiggle to 45 and 40. Imagine we're going to test 50 here, but we'll see. Zoom this in a bit so I can see them. Yeah, they're trying to add more liquidity there to hold it. 55 just came in, market buyer trying to come in to hold this up. There he is. Now, do they sell him now to use his pain? So 50s and 47s, I'm watching this on the book right here, these guys here. So there's the market buyer. Do they sell against him now to try and come and take this out? SPY holding previous day high very, very well here, and the ES Really strong. Really good moves off it. Like I said, the easy money's gone. And like if you're holding runners, you know, you can keep holding, I guess, for this breakdown. But if they start breaking above here and building above this and then going for the next level, you know, you're just going to start giving back profit. So you want to see this breakdown. You want to see it reject the opening range, which is right here, which is basically same as the current lows. Let's move this along because it's already changed. There we go. Hopefully you've all made most of your money, or you're in it holding runners. Are any of you still holding runners for previous day low? Any of you looking for that move? Or have most of you made your money, locked it in, and just hanging out now? Maybe you're trading evals or something instead, or whatever you're doing. Here we go. Here's the attempt of those 50s. 55s, 52s, 50s, 47s, 42s. That's what's on the book. Sold at 66s, as in covered at 66s, you mean? Yeah, that's good. It's a great cover. It's near only 10 points away from current low day. It's a great cover. Covered. I knew what you meant. They're trying, aren't they? They're desperately trying. But this is the previous day value area low down here. It's kind of area. If shorts don't get like a big kill candle soon, they're going to get stuck down here. If they keep trying to get the breakdown and they don't get it soon, they will get stuck. They will need that breakdown underneath soon. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble. That was an attempt, and he had a 51 lot step right back in to absorb it there. The buyers are trying everything they can here to absorb it. That's a big push away. So failed breakdown there from shorts so far, and absorption came in the market. You can see it right here. Protected this, stepped right back in. This high now, 75 is probably a trigger at that point. They start reclaiming this, it could get a little bit squeezy, at least in the short term. Morning, Bella. Morning, morning, morning. If you're just joining, Bella, we were short this morning for all this breakdown from here to here. That's our low-hanging fruit, and this is value area low from yesterday, and so far it's holding. So we're expecting range rotation today unless we get a breakdown. So we're expecting choppy action unless there's a clear breakdown from here to clean this up. Any further moves will have to be beyond this because this is a weekly level. So that's what we're watching at this point. Easy money for how we trade, been and gone. All right, here goes ES trying to get back up to its VWAP at this point. Nice fail on the opening range there from NQ, I would say. Looks pretty good. If they can get continuation now, you're looking for previous day low. But like I said, this is value area low from yesterday. This area, this blue box, and it's currently building value here again. So it's going to be a 2-day balanced range at this rate. So bids here, 160, 150, 140. Buyers trying to hold this up. They're desperate to hold this up. You can see it on the book. They're desperate to hold it up. Biggest seller right now is all the way back at 200. Most of the liquidity is lower right now, and they haven't been picked up. So normally I'd be thinking, well, maybe they do just one nasty shove down. But watching what ES is doing, protecting previous day high, it's got relative strength over there. It might just hold us up. Again, the mag completely mixed. They're not in alignment. Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, Amazon all red, all green. Apple, Microsoft, Google all red. VIX just basing between 1620 and effectively 16. It's in a tiny little range of an old demand block, which has been there for days and weeks before. Yeah, I think most of you made your money early, especially those doing Coop's Corner. If you're one and done, you should be happy. Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what it is, Bowden. Because we're in range, right? When we just zoom out, we have to respect this. Where we found bids yesterday, where we got stuck the day before. So buyers took control here yesterday, sellers took control here yesterday. We're in the same range where buyers took control and sellers took control. So we're trying to respect these levels right now, because all we can do is use the information to the left of us to make decisions today. So if we keep selling, like I said, previous day low is possible if we keep selling here. This is the 50s finally, trading into 50s finally. Now we're going to have to see if there's continuation down to previous day low, which is the green line on the screen right now. Down here. So we flip point of control now towards the lows. There's been so much volume build up here. We're towards lows. So all the time we're below this potential continuation, we get above it. We've got a low volume and we can probably trade straight back up to 200 very quickly. I'm going to turn my aircon off. Be right back. All right. ES not yet made a new low. Still protecting. Yeah, ES still protecting. Nothing's changed here, folks. You're either already in this short looking to see if we go lower. You can't be trying to guess longs here. It's not a good momentum for you yet on the long side. And the question is, do they break down for that previous day low at this point? If you're in the short, you're looking to see if you can get down into that area. You're going to respect this. Otherwise, you don't want to see any reclaim of this sort of zone here. If you're in the short, you don't want to see a reclaim of that. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I just wonder if they need to rebalance first, because that first hour and 30-minute bar was pretty big move. And this was normal signature to go lower, but I wonder if they need to come back up a little bit further first, trap some more bulls in to use their liquidity. Because if we do some horrible move up here, bulls chase, and then we go down, bulls start to sell, and that's how we get lower. That's the only thing I'm wondering right now. Is do we need to pop up to trap the bulls? The other option is, of course, any reclaim of here. This will just be another failure. Right, this is a failure yesterday, failed auction yesterday, and back. And if we go back, where are we going to go? Well, this is previous day point of control, so we could back test that. And then if we fail that, back down to here. And if we fail that, back down to here. If we recover that, back up to here. So I'm just treating this as a range, because that is what it is. And we can see it on this chart, and we can see it very clearly here. All right, so from a weekly point of view and a daily point of view, we have a weekly and a daily range right here. Until we're outside of that range, we have to respect that range for rotation, especially given the day of week it is. Not giving away any more edge than that. Do the course if you want more edge. But those who have done the course, think about what day we're in, think about what we set. the last 2 days. Think about what today and tomorrow is trying to do, what we might be trying to do. This here might be a key level. I'm still missing these trades. By that, I mean I'm not seeing them. Also, I'm still possibly overwhelmed by New York Opens traded Don. Well, yes, the Opens move very quick, Don. So, you know, it's one of those. The trade is here. Supply, demand. Big move down, impulse move down. 1, 2, trap at an anchor. That's your bear flag. That's your first lower high. That's the breakdown. That's the easy money. It's not a huge trade, but that's the easy money. Same thing here. 1, 2, breakdown. That's your money gone. Gone now. There's no easy trade at this point. If you're missing on days like this, don't worry about it, because these are hard days to trade. When we're trading range rotation in balanced markets, it's not easy. Let's move this down a bit. Can you guys see that? There we go. It's not easy. So you need to identify what your setup is first. Like, what's the setup that you're looking for? Are you a continuation trader? You'll notice with me, I don't like picking tops and bottoms. I do like taking first bounces, especially if they're 2 legs, for a retest of the low. That always makes sense to me. Think about yesterday, what I was calling for when I left stream. Where's yesterday? It took a long time to set up. 1, 2, sideways consolidation, retest of the low. It doesn't get all the way down there, but it protects this level. Okay, so that is a legit trade. Everyone in Discord got this. From this point, we hold it and we trade back upside. So range rotation can be tricky to trade, especially if you're a trend trader. So don't be kicking yourself, but just try and identify what type of trade you're looking for and what the market conditions need to be for that trade to work for you. Okay, rejection of opening range and VWAP here. I'm only doing this because we're in balance range. I'm just trying to see why they're building the volume. I hate putting this on my chart on a lower time frame during the market, but because we're in balance range, it's actually becoming slightly more useful at the moment. Normally, I just look at the previous day. Okay, rejection of opening range. So far, no acceptance outside of here. We get outside here, we come down here. They protect this, we go straight back up, probably to here. It's choppy, right? It's walking down slowly, but it's not the easiest to get here, which is where it would like to go. If it protects this, then goes straight back upside at this point. So again, I'm not playing longs here. I know it's a cheap trade, but I'm not playing longs here because momentum's still bearish. We haven't flipped any time frame on the flow zones to go long. We haven't changed structure yet either. Some might argue that wick is enough, but we'll see. But yeah, be kind to yourself, Don. I don't know how long you've been trading. I don't know what your setup is, but like yesterday was an easier market than today, I would say. More divergence on the tape today. That ES opening up at all-time highs made looking for this short very, very tricky. Even when it was here, I was like, I don't feel comfortable with it. Make sure you're being kind to yourself. And the book's thin. Let me have a look at ES. There's really there's not that many players right now. Okay, so I have to see, is this going to be the first high or low? Don't like the look of this, but are they going to go for this move here? Maybe. Momentum's bearish though, but we're in range, so it's possible if they want to hold this, they're going to come and test this level here, reclaim this, they test this level here. You would need the mag to start lining up. Otherwise, it could be 1, 2 and failure again. Like I said, easy money's gone. So I'm like chilling because the easy money's gone. The first easy money was big sell, pullback, continuation to test the low. Thanks very much, we're done. ES looking like it wants to trigger a squeeze out here and go and retest 62s and view up, which might be old supply here now. It's where the trigger point for the breakdown today was sort of 63, 6363. You can see that old wick from sort of 7 a.m. this morning. We rejected that again at like into 10 o'clock. That's your over under right now on the ES, I would say. Hey Tyson, yeah, not bad, mate. We've had one and done so far for the day. Most of the team have made their money. We're waiting to see what we set up for next. Whether we're just going to go rotation back upside, or whether they want to get some follow through down here. But the location for the short is not here, so we have to wait. Trader Don, I've only been trading for 2 months. I've gone through your course already. Likely just being too hard on myself. 100% you're being way too hard. 2 months is nothing. 2 months is nothing. The chat will tell you it takes time to see the setups. It will start to come. If you're struggling to see them on a bar chart, just move to a line chart, right? Move to a line chart or put it alongside your bar chart and it will help you see, right? It will help you see. Big kill candle, reprice, short to try and get lower, cover here, runners down here, reprice, same level we just broke from, short to retest the low. At this point, value's gone, no good. But the chat will tell you it takes time. 2 months is not a lot of time. Give it time. Keep turning up every day. Watch the charts every day. And the longer you're here, the more that you're watching the charts, the easier you're going to start to see the patterns. You're going to start to understand how the market moves. But yeah, definitely be patient. Yeah, exactly, ERF. Saying you're probably far ahead of most, only trading 2 months. You've already done the course. It's true. It's true. And don't be like scared to go back and watch the course. I always think like, you know, I know it's a long course, but the more you watch it, the more it's going to start to dial in, especially if you're watching the course and then trading live with me. And then you go back and do bits of the course. Miguel says, I've been trading futures since November and there are a lot of things that I still miss. Every day I'm able to see a bit more. It takes time and patience. Yeah. And you have to be kind to yourself, Don. This is not like, this is one of the hardest skills you're ever going to learn. It's really hard skill, but once you got it, it will stay with you for life. And, you know, if the market, let's say for some reason futures in the future stop working, that's okay. You can go and trade crypto because it's the same principles. Everything you're learning that I teach will work with every single market. You want to trade small caps, we can do that. If in the future they're trading, I don't know, moon dust, you can trade that. Everything works the same way. Same core principles. So learn the skill. What's the saying? Give a man a fish he eats for a day. Teach him to fish he can eat for life. Same thing. Yeah, exactly, Bowden. All the good lessons always come from mistakes. I really believe that. All good lessons come from mistakes. All right, ES wants to get up to that 63s we just talked about, that wick to wick and the view up. It's bouncing off previous day high really, really well right now. We've got sellers here, 190, 200, 205, 210. So that was the first higher low. That was a failed auction underneath today's value area low and yesterday's value area low, and that is your first reclaim. The question now is, are they going to go for value area high and point of control, or is this 1, 2 and fail back down? I have no idea, and the reason I have no idea is because there's no major draw right now because we're inside daily action. Yeah, and JD, moon dust with helium-3 is very valuable right now. Chinese are trying to mine it. Yeah. I mean, we're not far away from sending rockets into space and, you know, mining rocks in space for, you know, valuable minerals and metals, some of which we don't even have here. They're already trying to do it. Erin Doom says, agree. Watching charts and returning to the course over and over slowly peels the eyes to read the market. I've only been in 3 months and I've learned a ton from Alex, but tons more to learn. Yeah, it just comes with time. Comes with time, guys. The problem is lots of people want to learn like one setup, especially lots of young guys that see people flashing cash online. They're like, this is your one setup for life and all that bollocks. It doesn't. You can't have that, because you have to understand market conditions for that setup, you know, and that takes time. Yeah, I agree, JD. So here's a question, JD, because I think you invest. Are you in any long-term quantum names like RGTI or is that it? RGTI? I can't remember what the ticker is. I am looking at quantum names for like a 5 to 10 year, maybe even longer investment at the moment. I'm just waiting for this market to have a meltdown so I can get them cheap, because they're high risk because we're not there in the tech yet. So yeah, that's a great idea, Bowden. All right, here's the 63 test on ES. We got to it, and finding some resistance up here so far. So we got VWAP and possible supply here on ES at 63s. If it reclaims it, then a squeeze trigger is possible. If it keeps failing up here, then we probably rotate back down to value area low on the session, lows of session where we found bids. So where are you? Drag you over. Yeah, that's what I mean, JD. That's what I mean. That's what I'm looking for. We're not even to swing trade. I'm looking to pick some up cheap and close my eyes for 10 years, because I think that will be a growing space. I think it will be a growing space. Ken, my biggest step will be overcoming things like going on tilt and greed. Yeah. Self-control, self-awareness, self-control. So ES trying to get through these 63s, trying to get through its VWAP. So far as not able to do it. We're watching that. We're right at the opening range right now and current point of control on the day. So all the volume has been built up between here and, I would say, really 65. So really the cluster is from 80 to 65 of volume. Man, Google's such a beast, man. Well, we're getting what we thought, aren't we? We're getting that range rotating day. This is exactly what we talked about pre-market, is exactly what we're getting. If they get acceptance through VWAP here across the indexes, then maybe we search for 2320s. So here goes the search for 200s, and does it go 20s at this point for the squeeze? This is it. This is the range rotation. It's possible. See, we have a cluster of volume up here. If they get through this, you can see this level here. We talked about thin through here into overnight lows of those. Yes, overnight lows, Asia lows. We get through there. We go to PD, previous day point of control. We fail this. We come back down for a retest. This is the thing at the moment. All we're doing is building liquidity. This can go like this and here, or it can go like this and here. I don't know if their game plan is to come back for this or is to come back for this. I have no idea, because we're in an inside bar. All I know is it wants to build liquidity. That's why we're in an inside bar. And all I know is the major economic events are coming after the close today. Yeah, definitely do it, Trader John, what Bowden's recommended. It's really good. We'll point out some possible plan of actions for you. So ES failing those 63s. Peek through, coming back down. Does it find a bid hit, or do they now get selling continuation? We have no idea. Like I said, I genuinely don't know what the game plan is for the rest of the day at the moment. Alex, on my 4-hour chart, I have supply resistance level all through 220. Would I be wrong based on the high from the 15th? Hang on, let's go. Let's do it together. Let's change this to a 4-hour chart. What did you say you had it at? 220. Here, yeah, you could argue this is. It's definitely A level. Definitely A level. I'd say like that. But we sliced through it this morning. But that's your previous day point of control, that level. So if we go down the time frames, maybe it becomes more clear. All right, so that's the shelf. So I'd refine this to here. We go to a 30-minute. Yeah. So it'd be the bottom side of this, basically. This is where buyers got stuck this morning now. All right, so if you think about this, make sure I'm on the right chart. Buyers attempted this morning to go higher. They failed. That was their stop. That's where we rotated from. So if we get back up to there, it is possible we sell from there. So yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. And you can keep refining it. We can go down to a 15-minute. Okay, we can refine it some more now, like pull this in a bit tighter. We go down to a 5-minute. Okay, now you can see it's the shelf, right? But we've tested it once. Failure, retest, sell. So that was actually what we sold from this morning. That was where we took that short from this morning, there or thereabouts. Still building liquidity here. Starting to see tapering now. So we had a strong move down. Or if we do a channel. I have to change this a bit like that. Pull this in a bit. Starting to go sideways. Starting to be boxed in here. They will use this liquidity one way or another. Right? We always talk about that. Once we go sideways, we will use the liquidity one way or another. NQ definitely the weaker asset right now. Coming right down towards low of day right now. 100% this is the weaker asset. ES is holding up pretty darn well at the moment. If we get a break a lower day, then I would expect we go down and test towards previous day low. If we break lower day here, we're looking for a move down towards previous day low. It's these 50s against where we were earlier. If they sell through this, we're going previous day low or thereabouts. If we get under previous day low with acceptance lower, this market's in big trouble because that's a weekly level. Here's 50s. This is a big level here. It's where they bid off earlier. If we get a push and they sell this, we will get a nasty break. ES is looking much stronger out of the two. So this is the liquidity zone that we've just built. We literally just talked about it. This is your box. We will use this liquidity one way or another, either for a breakout or a breakdown or a fail breakdown or a fail breakout. That's why we go sideways. No different really to this. Think about this. This is sideways action. This is your box. Breakdown, retest, lows. Same thing here. This is your box. If we go breakdown, retest, we might come lower. If we go fail breakdown, we go back inside cheap long, back to here and then there. Fail breakout, inside, breakout, retest, higher. Right? That's all you're looking for. The easiest trades really are breakout retests or fail breakdowns, fail breakouts. In this market for the last 2-3 months, most of the money's been made on failed breakdowns. Yesterday's a prime example. we failed to break down underneath this weekly level. How many shorts chased in there? A lot probably. Goes back up. You can keep going left, you'll see the same thing. There's your box. Failed to break down under here, catches the bid. Right, that's where the money's been made. Why? Because to go higher when we're at all-time highs, we need shorts stuck. Shorts will chase lows. You will get them stuck when we chase lows. When we break a low or fail to break a low or break a low and turn inside, that's where they get stuck. It's just how the market moves. If you want, we can do a little lesson on that while we're waiting, because the market's not really doing a lot. I'm happy to do lessons if it helps you guys during stream. Absolutely happy to do that. If you want a lesson on why failed breakdowns or failed breakouts are important, happy to do a lesson on it. It will only take 15-20 minutes, whatever you guys need. Yeah, initial balance now set. Thank you, Bowden. I totally forgot to say that. Purple lines here. Here's your IB. Whatever you guys in chat need, I'm here to help. I'm not going to be one of these traders who scream at you and say, I'm going to make money without you. No, I want you guys to learn. I really want you guys to learn. VIX starting to catch a bit of a bid here at low of day. Interestingly, VIX looks exactly the same as NQ. Right, so VIX is doing this and is trying to catch a bid. It's like here now. We need VIX to break out for us to go lower in the market. Feels like it wants to snap here, doesn't it? It feels like it wants to snap. That 50s is a big level. It's a big, big level. Remember, we're looking at the previous day. Failed auction was underneath 75, all the way down to 108. Same theory with this as initial balance, right? It's the same theory. Failed auction versus auction. I'm going to get a refill of coffee. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have a little vote. Okay, done a little poll. I'm going to get coffee. I'll be right back. No way, 100% want a lesson. I'm really surprised you didn't want to. No one clicked shut up and trade, Alex. Yeah, I would have clicked shut up and trade, Alex, like just for banter. Morning, Foster Scott. What's up, my guy? Hope you're doing well. Hope life's good. All right. We'll do a quick lesson here while the market makes up its mind. Let's just scroll all the way up here. Okay, so first thing we always think about, standard market structure, right? Standard market structure. Break. Okay. Hard to believe, maybe, for some of you. Most traders in the market, and there's a reason 90% of traders lose, most traders in the market are taking longs here, all right? Because most traders are breakout traders. You'll see me do breakout like that, all right? They're breakout traders. Because it's the easiest trade in the book, isn't it? You go, okay, we're breaking out, boom. All right, so most traders are breakout traders. I prefer, where possible, unless it's very, very, very obvious that a lot of shorts are stuck, all right, I prefer, where possible, a breakout retest model. When we think about how I trade all the time, you've traded with me on stream, we're looking for big impulse moves, pull back into levels where I know there's structure, okay, and then I get long, okay, because this trade here offers me exactly the same entry as this trade here without me worrying about it being a failed breakout. It also means the breakout traders sometimes sweat because we do a deeper pullback, right? Like that, deeper pullback, and then it goes. So I prefer, where possible, a breakout retest. A failed breakout will catch the breakout traders, because a failed breakout, because we just said most traders are breakout traders. So if we think about standard structure, let's say we do a 3 or 4 leg. 1, 2, 3. So this leg here. Okay, that is a fairly standard model. I think we can all agree, right? How many times do you see that in a day? You guys would be like, yeah, it's a head and shoulder. However you want to see it, it's a change of character and a pullback, first pullback to go short. All right, any of these things that we talk about. But the key is what happens here. All right, because if most traders are breakout traders, and if 90% of traders fail, they are failing to understand that this is 1 leg, 2 leg, 3 legs. All right, the easiest buy is first or second pullback. First the best, second's the best, the next best. Third pullback, the results, if you have a look at a third pullback percentage-wise, are more often to fail. Why? Because most legs are 2 legs, right? 1, 2, right? This is point of origin. 1, 2. Third one, much more likely to fail. So if they're taking a breakout up here, where the best breakout was here, and the second best breakout was here, that means they have got what? They've got a premium price. If we just think about this in terms of range, anything above here is considered premium. And if we were to do a volume profile on this, it would probably look something like this. Yeah, it'd probably look like something like that. Last bit was horrible. Sorry. Make this make sense. Okay, and then the value area high is probably here, and value area low down here, right? Which means this is a failed auction lower, this is a failed auction higher. Now, This up here becomes an R level, and this down here becomes a support level. So if we have breakout traders who are buying at a very expensive level where value and point of control is lower, what's their RR? Well, they really technically need to risk all the way down to what? A support structure. They're buying so high without knowing where it's going to go, and they get washed on down to support. So this area here, once we see a failed breakout, becomes an absolutely key level for us to think about trading the other side. Once we see it, now some people will trade that. They'll take a punt at value area high short, or some will call it a Judas swing, whatever you want to call it. All right, some will take a punt at this level. What I prefer to do is wait to see the reaction, play that pullback in, knowing now, okay, they are now trapped. Buyers are now trapped up here, because remember, breakout buyers, let's make this easier. Breakout buyers joined in from here. This is the breakout point. Once we come under that level, they are trapped, right? We think about volume. If we have trapped volume up high, when we come to back test that volume, what are they going to do? If you're a breakout buyer up here, what are you going to do? You're going to get out, because you've probably held on. You didn't stop out there. You've got bad discipline. It's giving you a chance to get out break even. You better be getting out break even. So if you're a buyer and you close your position, you're doing what? You're becoming a seller. So at this point here, you have buyers becoming sellers and you have short sellers. So you have a huge amount of delta or volume, or however you want to think about it, that makes it make sense to you. You have a huge amount of delta to go lower at this point using trapped breakout buyers above. The same theory if we go the other way, and I'll give you some examples of this now. We can think about this because it's happened the last few sessions. So let's just go that down. Just going to take this off just so we can see a bit easier. Okay, here, absolutely perfect. So if we think about Monday, all right, Monday, and we need to see Friday actually. No, just Monday. Am I getting confused? It's Monday to Tuesday. Okay, Monday to Tuesday. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, team. Had to just double check that. Okay, Monday. Impulsive move, right? Big impulsive move. If we think about where buyers came in, that's the volume. If we move out timeframes, breakout buyers really came in over this high, right? That's your R level. I think we can all agree that, right? That was the all-time high at that point. I don't think we'd ever gone higher than that. Just triple check this. Yeah, that was your R level. Okay, so breakout buyers came in the market above 320. Now, what happened that day, for any of you that traded that day, is we got above 320 very, very, very quickly. All right, so if you did not, all right, if you had a stock market buy here, there's a chance it didn't fill you straight away. It might have filled you higher. If you were waiting to click buy, all right, it didn't fill you. You might have got filled higher. If you were a breakout retest buyer, right, you would have had to wait for this down here. But by that point, it built volume. So up here, we've built volume. The other thing to think about here is you probably got more breakout buyers here, right? Because there's your two leg, there's the bottom. Anyone that remembers, we got long here for this move. All right, we actually got long right here for this move up. And once we got through this high, what did I say to everyone? No more longs. Anyone that remembers that? No more longs. All right, no more longs. Because up here, you get new intraday, not external, because this is internal liquidity, as in this is not an all-time high. This is a short-term pivot high created in the day. So now we get more buyers trapped up here looking for a big push to close the day. Lots of buyers trapped, right? Lots of buyers trapped there, and their stop point is down here. Now, if we draw to make that even easier to see, don't go away. I need that. Where have you gone? Here we go. If we draw that with volume, where's 9:30? 9:30. There we go. Into 4 o'clock. There you go. So this is now showing you where the volume is trapped. This here was a good short location. This here earlier in the day was a good long location. That's why we took long to here. But most people and most traders fail, which means 90% of people in this area don't understand what I'm teaching you. So they are long here, long here, long here, long here. So what happens the next day? We respect these levels when we wake up the next day, right? We know now coming into the new New York session, or if you are trading straight away into London and Asia, what do we know? At that point here, I would have said, where was our close on this day? Here. Okay, I would have said this here, from that close up to this edge is supply. Because if we opened here, for example, we know buyers are trapped here and maybe some here. So we expect a retest of either this level or this level to be sold into to go lower, because we've trapped buyers, we've moved down, we retest. That is what? This would be your breakout short. This would be your breakout retest short side, right? Trap buyers, trap volume. We've broken out. We're retesting it. We're looking for a trade back down to at least this low. All right. That's why this first leg pullback becomes easy money, good money, because we know it's likely to get to at least near this low. So we can go partial, 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 runners for continuation. All right. You'll hear me say that all the time. Partial into here, runners for a continuation. Partial into here, runners for continuation. So let's now see what we got in that New York session. Into the open, we are into this level, which is an R level or supply level, whatever you want to call it. However, it's more convenient for you to remember it, or order block. I don't care how you remember it. It's the same thing. Into this level with a little internal sweep. I would have loved it if you were here on stream. You would have heard me say I would have loved it up into here, right into bang into the edge and trap more buyers, because then I know more buyers will come flooding in looking for that, and that's more buyers stuck to go deeper. But we didn't need to do it. The moment we open, we know all that volume's trapped. We can get rid of this now. And what do? We sell, and we sell violently down. Doom. All right. So if we think about that now, there's your buying volume trapped. There's a retest, retest, boom. We use these guys stops, these guys stops, these guys stops, and these guys stops, because these are buyers and more buyers and more buyers. Think about a buyer like this. Oh, I'm trapped at the high. How do I get out? How do I get out? I double down. Oh, fuck, it's gone lower. What do I do now? I do the moron trade. I add into a loser. I put more on like a moron. And then I do one more time. And once we break that, we have one set of buyer, two set of buyer, three set of buyer, four set of buyer, five set of buyers. Ouch. Right? All right. That's why. Because we're using their pain. All right. We're using their position for pain. So when you hear me talk about, I like to wait to see who's stuck in the market. We come to yesterday. So we've done the big sell day. What happens yesterday? We get the opposite. Let's just get rid of this. Yesterday, the easy money was made short here, and internally, I think, I'm trying to remember, we have to get back to execution where we made all our money yesterday, but there was a little pullback. There it is. right? The easy money was made right here in this move. Yeah, very much like today. Impulse leg, pullback. We know at this point the higher time frame is trying to sell down to a support level. So we get short in this and we use those buyers who are stuck like we just talked about. Once we get down to these levels, I think you would have heard me yesterday. I can't remember where I covered, but I covered early at the low hanging fruit. So it's probably right here. I was probably covering right into here, right? So this now is a support level. We trade under it. This support now becomes what? A resistance level. So yesterday, once we'd taken the low-hanging fruit, you would have heard me say, hey, I'm not interested really in a short at this point because the low-hanging fruit has been taken from the market. But if you are looking for a short, you need to look for a two-leg to return into this level here, because this is where the bulls were stuck, right? They were stuck. These bulls had a big move. We traded under them. We're probably going to retest them. The only other thing I would have considered yesterday was the two-leg. 1, 2 for a first reaction, and you have to respect left. That's your sell point, back down, and after that, there's nothing left, because we know now, under here, what do we have here? Trapped shorts. The complete opposite to what we just talked about the other way, because up here, we had trapped buyers. Now, we've done a big leg. We've got trapped shorts. How do we know they're trapped? Think about the structure. They're chasing in. They missed this whole move. They're breakout shorts. Where are they short from? Under here. We could probably find another level if we look left. Under here, right? 169s, right here. That's where they're short from. They're breakout shorts because remember, most people in the market are breakout players. So they try short here when the location was, I don't know, 200 points higher. What happens? They're now stuck, right? Can you see why the levels matter if we go to a 10-minute chart? This level here is where 90% of retail got short. This level here. They didn't take it here or here or here, or this one here. They jumped in late here. Yeah, so they got trapped. So once we recover that level, we're going to use it as structure because we now have short volume trapped here. Now, if you can't see it, that's fine. If you struggle to see it, find another way of seeing it. Like volume's a good way of doing it. So you can do the same thing we just did. Go to 9:30 into 4 o'clock. I've got a big video dropping on this tomorrow, folks, which make a lot more sense on this stuff. 9:30 to 4 o'clock. Are you going to print? Okay, there we go. So this is the value area low. This is value area high. We know under here, this is a failed auction. What's another word for a failed auction at the lows? Trap shorts, right? Same thing. Trap shorts, failed auction. Failed auction up here, trapped longs or trapped bulls. Yeah, makes sense? This value, I go over this tomorrow in tomorrow's lesson. I'm not going to do it today. So we respect these levels, edge to edge. Miguel, this is basically your level, I think. 20s or somewhere around there. You asked about it earlier. Same level. So why did I expect range rotation today? Because we've got trap bulls up here and trap shorts up down here. And we've got balance in here. So what are we likely to do? We're likely to test each side of the range. Are you still trapped? Yeah, I'm still trapped. Are you still trapped? Yeah, I'm still trapped. Okay, we're going to keep building liquidity and see if we can encourage lots of participants to get in the money, to get in the market and build a huge amount of volume. And then when we're ready, we can either do a failed breakout, trap more shorts and encourage them to short at the lows and turn back inside, or a failed breakout, encourage more bulls to try and buy at the high and come inside, or the breakout actually works, right? And that's what you're getting today because we are in a balanced range testing each side of yesterday All right, we've poked a little bit through, we've poked a little bit through, but we're in balance, right? Chop here yesterday. What do we expect here today? Chop here today. Make sense? So where did everyone just try and short again? At the lows? Where were we short today as a team? We were short here for the rotation down. What if I said to you here? No, there's no easy money. The easy money's gone. It was a rotation from here to here. That is the easy money. What's happened now? Lots of shorts have tried to get a breakout short here down to the low. What's happening? They are now getting fucked. Pardon my French. But that's what's happening. They are now in pain because they have failed to understand where participants are trapped in the market. And this is about as good a signature as you will get while I've been talking. Here is your downtrend. Here is where we got short for this move into here. From this point here, I said no more trades for me today. I'm expecting rotation. What is this? That is a failed breakdown. They did not get underneath this low. What does that mean? These shorts who came piling in here, 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 never got their target price. So what does that now mean? Now, intraday, we have lots of shorts stuck down here, and we have smart money buying. And externally, yesterday, we've got lots of shorts. So now we've got two lots of shorts trapped. What does that mean? When they get forced to cover, we go for a squeeze. What was the squeeze trigger point? I kept saying squeeze trigger point is likely going to be this here because this is your swing. Right? This is your internal swing that failed to make the new low. And now we are squeezing them out. This is shorts covering. And possibly we get buyers stepping in here now. It's possible. And they might also fail because we are inside this. And drag this out for today, see where we're at now. See, we're getting failed auction now above here. So now buyers stepped in late in the game, and they're now going to get trapped. All right. So shorts got trapped down here, buyers got trapped up here. Same lesson, but now intraday instead of external. Does that make sense for everyone? Hopefully I've explained it in a manageable way that can help you understand how the market moves and why it moves. The only reason the market moves is because of trapped people. It's got fuck all to do with an algorithm or anything like that. There are millions of algorithms in the market. The reason the market moves is because of pain. It's because of people's pain. That's why we move. Here we go. Back to the volume profile, back to point of control. This is the biggest volume on the day. Failed auction above here, back to here. Failed auction below here, back to here. Back to safety. There you go. There's a reaction off it straight away. It's not rocket science. It's about being patient, right? It's about being really patient in the market and understanding who's stuck. If no one is stuck in the market, there is no trade to be had, right? If you are trying to trade these locations here, you are going to cause yourself pain because you are going to be like, oh, it's going without me. No. Short. Ah, fuck, I'm out. Oh, I'm going to chase the long. Ow. No, I'm out again. All right. Don't get chopped up. If you can't see where the liquidity's stuck, you will be becoming the liquidity. Let's go and have a look up. Some of you now clicking the other one on the poll. I love it. So Andrew's getting it. Foster Scott, you already know this stuff. I know you do. Mike, oh my God, I just got it. And that's why that short worked so well. Yes, exactly. That's why the short worked so well. All I used was a trendline break, but now this makes it even more sense. Trendline break is also fine. There's just ways, there's different ways and different tools of interpreting the market. Trendline is exactly the same thing. Once we break that trend line, the longs above if the trend line's an upward trend line, which is the right way so you can see it. This way? This way? This way. Is that right? Yeah, this way. All right, if bulls are buying this, buying this, buying this, buying this, buying this, and they buy a lot up here and we break underneath, right, that's your trigger saying, hey, these bulls up here are trapped. It's the same thing. It's just lots of different ways of explaining it. So these are buyers that are not in quantity enough to raise the price. I'm not sure where you mean. Sorry. But yeah, like if you mean at the highs, yeah, there's not enough buying continuation to keep moving the price up, because it comes back to basic principles. Basic principles of market. Let me think how I can explain this. Let's say, who was it that asked that? Rob Paulson. Let's say you are in the market for, what do I use in tomorrow's video? For a Rolex. I use this example in the thing tomorrow. Let's say you want to buy a Rolex Daytona. All right, let's just give that as an example because everyone probably knows what that is. And let's say that current market value, which is deemed fair value, is $10,000. That would be amazing, but let's just say it's $10,000. That's fair value for a Rolex Daytona. So that means you might be prepared to spend $10,000 on a Rolex Daytona if you had it. But if you saw a good deal and there was a Daytona for $8,000 or $7,000, you are going to chomp at that, right? You're going to be like, oh, I'm buying that. That's cheap. That's auction theory. That is here. These are buyers saying, hey, I'm buying that. That's cheap, right? Because they're like, this is under fair value. If, however, you go to a shopping center and the guy behind the Rolex desk is like, hey, I've got a new Daytona for you. It's $25,000. You'll be like, mate, are you having a giraffe? There's no way I'm buying that. I'm not buying that. It's the most expensive price I've ever heard. Hey, that's this. This is the most expensive price on the NQ ever. You got to be mental to buy that. Why am I buying the most expensive price for a product when if I wait, it's likely to come back down? It's likely to go on sale again. Market principles. It's literally market principles. We don't want to buy the most expensive price ever. We want to try and buy the market cheap, right? We want to get a good deal. Sorts got trapped right now in queue. Yes, sorry. Yeah, this is these messages will be delayed. Yes, they were trapped. They were trapped down there, Ken. Easy to see when you scroll out and see the big picture. That's it. That's why you got to look at higher time frames. Sorry, catching up with all the chat here. Give me a second, folks. Tyson, I bought that failed breakdown. IB to V up. Tyson, I'm so happy, man, after our chat yesterday about having your game plan, having your A+ setup, sticking to it, all right? Tyson, I know won't mind me saying, because he told me yesterday, he's been having a hard time recently, all right? Tyson's a good trader, but I think, like all traders, he can get in his own way. So I said to him, what is your go-to setup? What is the setup which you feel comfortable with that makes you money every day? Because we're all going to go through times and periods when we go through drawdown, and the best thing to happen, or the best thing you can do when that happens, is to go back to basics. And Tyson's best trade is an initial balance to VWAP trade. An initial balance to VWAP trade. And Tyson just nailed that. And that is not by fault, because Tyson is going to spend what we talked about, 30 days taking only this trade. And that is going to prove that he's a great trader, because you just got to have one trade that you can stick to. But no, look for 190, 195 now. 190, 195. Oh, you're talking about this. Yeah, well, this is... Unfortunately, we have to think about this in some other ways. We're looking for that deeper move to 50% and to the point of control, which we just hit. So that, you probably saw me talk about that while it happened. When we get the failed auction, we're gonna come back right to value. There you go. Tyson just saying it there. Sim for the next couple of weeks been talking to Alex about me trading like a degenerate. It's not degenerate. We all go through drawdown. We get pulled off track, and then we get in our own head. So this is for anyone that's ever gone through this. If you get pulled off track, if you're starting to blow accounts, if you're starting to do stupid stuff, go back to basics. You just got to go back to basics. Build your confidence up. I said to Tyson, I was the same when I came back from vacation. I was struggling. I was like, okay, keep it real simple. What's your A+ trade? What you good at? You're just going to do that for a week, build your confidence up, and then you can start putting in the other trades again. Yeah, exactly, Coop. It just annoys me, all that bollocks. All these traders saying trend line, like new trend lines don't work. Yes, they do. Everything works. Every single thing works. It's just about under your way of interpreting the market. A trend line break is no different to showing an exhaustion. Like, they all work in their own way. You've just got to find what's comfortable for you. Never let someone talk down to you because you trade a certain way. If you have found consistency, who cares what that other person says? I don't care if you're flipping a coin and it works for you. If you've managed to find edge in that, that's fantastic. Raphael, I know this, Alex, because I've been trading for 4 years, even though I was trading options until now that I'm trading futures. But this is the best way to teach anyone, especially for beginners. They don't know what you are giving them for free. I paid $5,000 to learn this 4 years ago. I know, mate. I know. There's a lot of value for free here, but not that many people will see it, because the nice thing about this community, while it's growing, is you lot are loyal and you turn up every day, and hopefully you make money with me today. And if you didn't make money with me today and you stuck around, hopefully you've learned something, right? And that's what I'm trying to do with this YouTube compared to others. I know I'm not the most exciting, exuberant person. I don't jump up and down or start fights with other YouTubers, but I do try and teach you genuine lessons. Win Daytona Moon, yeah. What is the initial balance? The initial balance, Garber, is the highest point and the lowest point of the first hour of the trading session. So for New York that we're looking at, the purple lines here, you can see between 9:30, here's your open, and 10:30, these are the highest and lowest points, and we call that the initial balance. Yes, exactly. Fresh lows VIX, yes. Good looks there, Coop. All right, so 45 minutes left. Guess what? Still in range. Guess what we talked about this morning? We're going to be in range today. We're likely to be in range today. All right. Even in Discord before the open, range bound for now. Like, the more you see this, the more you're going to understand like the type of market environment we're in. When we're in a range-bound market environment, what are going to be the really good trades? Initial balance rotations, failed auctions, anything like that. Yeah, no drama from me. I can't deal with that stuff, man. I'm too old for it. I can't handle it. I'm not even good at social media. I'm terrible. You would have seen. I'm trying to get anyone who's not following. I'm trying to build it. Promised people who nag me all the time, you need to build your social media, I'm trying to do it. I've started an Instagram account, I've rebranded it all. I'm having a genuine effort at it. Do I like doing it? I hate it, folks. I absolutely hate social media. I hate it. I really like YouTube because it's more, for me, we can do this live. And I know you guys can't talk to me, but you're at least on chat, and we can learn together. We can do some giveaways and we can have fun. I hate things like Instagram and Twitter, but I know it's important. I know it's important to do it, but yeah, it's tough. I spent 10, 15 years doing that in a music career. And I'll tell you, I'll give you an example. My first big single my first big top 40 went really well. The second one was the first single where they included Spotify sales, and suddenly from that point social media became everything, and my managers and the record label was constantly, you got to do this on social, you got to, I no, hate it. I absolutely hate it. I think it's ruined society, social media, because now everyone's too upset. We're constantly, I don't, has anyone watched that show? It's probably about 5-6 years old now. It's called like I think it was Netflix, and it was like the best games, the top 100 games in the world. And now the number one was basically social media. And it's right. We're all playing a game, well, if you buy into it, all the time, because you need validation of likes. You're constantly looking, have I got enough likes? How many followers have I got? So it's a big game. And who's winning this game? Well, Zuckerberg's winning this game. Elon's winning this game. Because we're having to, give them data and sometimes pay them. Which record label was I on? Well, I signed to Island Records, which is part of Universal. And then I owned a record label which I sold to Sony Columbia. My artist name for that stuff back in the day was Tough Love. I actually have no idea. Imagine rave music in the morning trying to listen to a trader who's not even explaining anything but want people to hit the like button. Yeah. Build AI agents to do most of your social media. Yeah, I had a meeting yesterday. I don't know whether I'm going to do this yet, folks, for those who have done the course and stuff, but you'll know that those who have done the course will know that all the courses, everything is built in Teachable. I've always used Teachable. Unfortunately, what's happening at the moment as that side of the business starts to grow is I've got you as clients in Teachable. I've got people signing up for the newsletter on a totally different system. I've got followers on YouTube, and I can't keep track of it all. And there's just too many parts. And even if someone goes on my website and they get in touch with me on the website, that's another thing. It's a nightmare. So I had a meeting with someone yesterday. They want me to move everything to one system, which they will help manage. And they actually talked about that, JD, which is what I'm talking about. Build AI agents. They said that this system can do all of that in there for me. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think I wrote it down. Here it is. Go high level. They want me to move everything onto go high level, which means if I do it, I've not decided yet, but if I do it, we will need to migrate everyone from Teachable over, which is a nightmare scenario. I get it would be fine for you guys because we just send you an email and you'll just log in. For me, it's a nightmare. Is it school? No, it's called Go High Level. I've looked at loads. Teachable, Kajabi, all those ones. I don't like, is it Whoop, Wop, whatever it is that all the traders like? I don't like that. I think it's crap. IB to context, IB to VWAP with context is very powerful. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely it is. His name's banned in this chat. Voldemort. We can call him Voldemort. Yeah, all my old music's on. Is out there. All my old music. You can listen to my newer stuff if you want. I just do it for fun now. Voldemort. And with these glasses on, I'm Harry Potter. The Voldemort killer. All right. You can see now. Building liquidity. We're starting to build bullish liquidity. So failed auction. Move back up. Pull back. Starting to hold this. This is your RBS. If they can get an auction sustain above here, they come and back test these levels. If they really get going, they get all the way up here. Again, you'd be looking left to see the areas from yesterday. So we know previous day point control, this is where all the volume is yesterday, right? That's why it's on the chart here today. I've only done that because it didn't match up with the supply level. So I was like, I better put it on today. So at a reach, you can see they almost got there on that first push here. So you can see this is very, very, very typical of a range-bound market. When were we last in this? You don't have to go back far, folks. I can show you. Let's go to a 10-minute, just so I can zoom out a bit. When were we last in this range? We were in it for bloody ages. There you go. There is a range-bound market for you. We were in this from 17th to the 3rd. That is a range-bound market. We are on top of that range right now. All right. If we fail to hold this range here, which is why this low here was important yesterday, if we fail to hold this, where are we going to go? Probably back in here for a bit. If we do that and we leave higher time frame buyers trapped at the highs, what are we going to do? I'm going to have to zoom out further here. What is this volume going to be used for? And we'd be looking at a measured move down to here. And this will probably match up with a potential buy point for me. Anywhere in here, long term. Yeah. Also, seasonality. Anyone who's got my newsletter, the link is in chat right now. Chatbot or whatever it's called. Nightbot would have posted free weekly newsletter. What did I talk about in the newsletter? I talked about seasonality. All right. If we think about seasonality and where we are, let's go back to this time last year. Here's July into August. Let's go back the year before. Took a bit longer, but here's July. This time into September. Let's go back the year before. Go back the year before. A bit later, came in August. Year before. Okay, let's zoom out now. What happens around this time every single year? Going back for forever. Pullbacks. All right. Normally, recently, it's been over 11%. All right. This time, seasonality typically can give a pullback. Will this year be different? I don't know. But it would not surprise me to have a pullback into the old highs. So let's think about what that might be measured wise. We got back to this high from here. That's only 4%. I think we can do more than that. That is very reasonable. 5%. I think something more like this would be fantastic. Remember, we've got an old gap fill all the way down there. That would be epic. It'd be a mega buy for me if we got down there. But yeah. Does it happen now? Does it happen, you know, August, September? I don't know. But seasonality wise, it's common. It's common to see. All right. I'll stop talking about higher time frame now. We can focus on these charts. But like I said, I'm done. I'm done. When the easy money was made, we're trading to the other end of this current range now. Yeah, some of that, Ken. Just and often in up until August, you're in low volume. You know, May go away. June, May, June, July, low volume drift, 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 drift. Low volume doesn't take a lot to come take out that volume for a sell. It's just, are we going to get that catalyst? What might that catalyst be? But hopefully you learned something. What I might ask you guys to do as a favor for helping you guys, for giving back, would you mind setting the what happens when you click that? Can you set the alert or bell or whatever it is for this video which comes tomorrow? That will help me. If you can do that on the video I just pinned, which is coming out tomorrow, if you can set like your alerts on that, that'd be amazing. That helps me back and it doesn't cost you anything. Yeah. If you can set the notifications on it, that really helps me because that just lets YouTube know that people are actually interested in my content, and it might help push it out a little bit. It won't cost you anything, but really help me. And I turn up here trying to help you guys for free every day. If you don't mind helping me try and grow the channel, that would be fantastic. Thanks, Miguel. Thanks, Chi. Oh, you can always already give it a like. That's awesome. Ay, ay, ay. Don't worry, Nate. Nate, I don't want anyone buying the course if they're broke, right? So just, you don't need that financial pressure. Just turn up here each day and I'll do my best I can to help you. Arturo, take care. Have a good day. Yeah, you don't need any more financial pressure. Because what it means for them, the other side, Richard, is it means that they know people are interested in that video, and then they're more likely to put that video once it's live in people's shelves of like recommended watch lists and stuff like that. And at the moment, I struggle because, like, we tried it last week, right? I get this stream gets punished because I don't do adverts on it. I know it seems stupid, but when you do adverts on the stream, YouTube pushes you more because they make more money out of you. If you don't do adverts on stream, they don't show the stream as much. So you're in that like phase where do you do adverts and maybe it does better. We tried it last week and you guys didn't like it, so I took it off. Like I don't want the adverts on for the money. I don't care. Let's make no money off YouTube. It's pathetic. Like it's a no-goer for me. I'm just trying to grow the channel a bit. Okay, so they look like they're going to go and test further up now, maybe previous day point control, and if they get through that, I would say into this edge here at 226. If they get through that, they go for 40s. All right, so full failed auction here, and if we get through these levels here, there's nothing to say we don't go all the way up. I would doubt it, but this market's done weirder things, hasn't it? Yeah. Take care, Tyson. Make sure you're journaling that, eh? Like, you did a good job today. Make sure you journal it and reward yourself. And just same thing tomorrow and just get through a month of doing it. Have a good day, mate. Douglas, the ads aren't that often, not a big deal. We tried it last, I don't remember what day it was, last Thursday, and I don't think it helped people. They weren't very happy. I don't know, we can try it again. Right, so starting to find sellers at that value area high and previous day point of control. If we start reclaiming those levels, maybe there's a bigger squeeze. VIX is breaking down here, 1587 now. Max out the ads and then read ads out loud on the stream. It's the standard for podcasts, the classic double dip. Yeah, it's true. How long before I'm sponsored by Manscaped on here? I felt like back in the day, every podcast was talking about Manscaped. It was all I would ever hear. I don't know if anyone here was trading like way back when the Atlas boys were about to go to jail, and he had like, what was his name? Coop, remember Dan Dippity or something, and he'd on that pennies going on Raw, get Manscaped, blah 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 blah. Yeah, Coop remembers. He was the only one who pleaded guilty. So I think he actually served. He's out now, but he pleaded guilty. He got done. AG1, yeah, AG1. You always hear that now. IB to VWAP, wouldn't it need to dip below IB and then come back in for it to be considered a failed breakout? Technically, but remember, a trend day is this, and it didn't do that. So what you had is, yes, it didn't sweep, but it held this level. And we know this is the failed auction level. So this was still a valid IB to VWAP trade. So I would imagine Tyson waited to see a reaction here and then basically got long in here, risking this. So he's risking probably 10, 15, 20 points. TP1, TP2. It's your channel at the moment. Probably wants to come somewhere into this on a bit of an explosive squeeze, and then maybe you get a flop back down. I don't know. It really depends on Goog and Tesla, I think, for the rest of the day. We should all be on YouTube Premium anyway, so that the YouTube ads go away. Yeah, I agree, but we tried it last week. Everyone was like, "It's too many ads. Why is there so many ads?" I was like, "I've got it on every half an hour. It's the lowest time frame I can do it." Okay, so edge of range again. Do they rotate this back down, or do they get sustained auction? Volume starting to taper off here. So where big selling came in, or big selling. Oh, nice. Who were we playing, Bowden? I didn't even see that. Huh. In Italy, or not? We're not coming to America this year, so I won't get to see them. Last few years, I got to watch them against Barca and I got to watch them against United last summer, but they're not coming this year. At home. Oh, they did penalties, what, as well as? So we beat them 1-0 and then we did penalties just to practice. What's the point? And we lost on penalties. Or are they still doing it? That's weird, mate. My new zip wheels. What are zip wheels, Mo? Nice. I'll watch the highlights of that afterwards. What are zip wheels, Mo? Is that like a scooter or something? Starting to build liquidity up here now, folks. You can see starting to build lots of volume up here now. Will not be long before they flip this POC up high, I would say. A road bike wheel set. I'll have a look at that. Road bike wheel set, zip wheels. Oh, they look cool. They look big. Are they like fatter? They look awesome, man. Nice. What bike do you have? More aero, yeah. They look cool. I haven't been on my road bike for ages. Not once this summer, actually. I should probably get out on it. Or be at Orca. Wow, sick. What colour? In black? Or I can see black and blue here. They look awesome, man. So you're a big cyclist then? Are you putting in like 100k shifts? Are you watching Tour? I've been loving the Tour. That stage yesterday was mental. Detroit up, wow. Yeah, I watched yesterday. Forget the guy that won, first French winner this year. But his teammate who dragged him along was nuts. Yeah, I know. Same, mate. I really wanted Jonas. He's been getting stronger each. I feel like each stage, Jonas is doing better and better and better and better. He's putting in solid performances. But Tadej's just crazy strong. Even yesterday, I thought Jonas had him. I know it wasn't for first, but I thought Jonas had him. But next year, he just needs a full year with no injuries just to stay fit. Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what I think. He's got to stay fit for a full year. Work looks like a little off the pace this year. Like, I don't know. As a team, they're not. They don't seem quite as together. Like even yesterday, you saw like I think it was yesterday or the day before. Like Work tried to get in the breakaway, and then no one was with him, and then they pulled the breakaway back to the peloton, and then they had like 35 people in the breakaway. It was just like, what's going on? ES M5 showing a very clean build-up of trendline liquidity. Yeah, so it might come and sweep it if that's the case. Not too dissimilar to this. It's still trying to absorb on the tape, and you can still see there's some clear levels that they're trying to get up to. So this buyer's just stepped in now. He's trying to absorb, and they're trying to come and clear these guys out. 15s, 20s, 25s, and go to ES. A little bit more stacked both sides here. Why is that? Did not want to do that. Oh no. That is annoying. Never mind. There we go. That's what I want. It'll just take a minute to load now. Yeah, just pinned. This is what I don't like when we're pinned both sides, when you see the liquidity just sat both sides. NQ feels like a little bit more like it wants to drift higher into 25 right now. I don't think there's anything above that. No. NQ feels like it wants to drift high, fill these sellers. ES, I'm not convinced about. Just stack both sides. Tade has the whole gang on his team. UAE got the money to stack. Much appreciate, Alex. See you tomorrow. Yeah, take care, mate. Enjoy the bike. Enjoy the bike. $20 minutes left till lunch. You might be like, why have we sat still today? Well, it's just like when I make that easy money, it's very much like yesterday. When we make that easy money, I become far less interested. Yes, there was a range rotation trade back here to here. Like I said, like while I see these and they're clear, I don't really love range rotation in inside bars. It's not my favorite trade, but like I talk about all the time, doesn't mean you have to trade the same way. It plays out very, very nice. There's your sell signal this morning. There's your buy signal this morning. Cheapest buy is down here underneath this level. Cheapest sell is above this level right now. That is it. And this is not a lot to play with. You're talking about 40 points, 50 points, 50 points right now of volume being condensed. Don't get chopped up in here. Let other traders fight over that. Where did I go short? Let me find it. See if I can see it on here. You're going to let me see my executions here? No, you're not. I've got to take off. It's so annoying because I have to take off Enhanced Trader or whatever it's called. So annoying. Three 225.75 was my short entry. 3225.75. The candle was 941. 3225.75, 941. That right? 22575. Oh, 941, but that's on Ninja Trader, so it'd be 940 on here. My bad. I was like, why that won't match up? 940 on here. It would be this candle here, 22575 right here. So I took this breakdown underneath this. That's where I went short. And the first cover here was 209s. Here, somewhere in here. So first cover's here. Second cover is 178.25. Basically here. I tried a little ad here at 98.75. It's actually a bit lower, isn't it? 98.75. So I'm short, cover, small ad back on, and then 83s, and 51s. Last cover here. That's the trade. These are cover points. That's it. Only 2 ads. This is a tiny little size ad because I didn't want to ruin my average. That's it. That was the execution. It's really annoying to read that out and then try and put it on this screen because the candle is always 1 minute off. I always forget that. So you can see we're trying to rebalance that H1 and H4 right now. Trying to rebalance this. Has anyone here ever traded with Earn to Trade before? They keep chasing me to work with them, and I've never traded with them. I don't really need any more prop firms right now, but I'm interested. You are? Are they good, ERF? Should I consider looking at them? Just doing an eval. They seem firing, no red flags for me. Okay, well, I'll keep them on a watch list. Bombarded by people trying to work with me at the moment. There's another one here. These guys, I reckon, look shite. Who's these guys? Never heard of them before. How many bloody prop firms are there? Don't we have enough now? We've got enough prop firms now. All right, I'm gonna check them out. No, this firm instantly goes on my no list. All I need. It's bad, isn't it? I'm not going to say it out loud. Haven't heard good things, John. Okay, this is what I mean. It's important. I've seen their name before, but like I try and stick. For me, there's a few market leaders at the moment. It's pretty simple. It's Tradeify, it's Apex, it's Take Profit Trader, and it's Trade Day. There are others available. Like for me, those are the market leaders. Other guys you could look at, but they're newer in the game. There are some other people to look at, like Tick have upped their game recently. Fair play. Funding Ticks, Lucid, but still new. Funding Ticks are spending a lot of money. I am still on the fence, but I do think they're doing the right things. In fairness, I think they're doing the right things. But yeah, all of those you can just check out propfirmcompare.net. I review them all. You'll get the best and cheapest code there all the time for all the ones which I think have a potential future, and I rate them, and I'm very honest. If they're getting a 3 or 4 star, it's for a reason. Take care, Richard. As you can still see, we're testing into this volume from yesterday. That's all we're doing right now. We've been here a long time, so we've moved point control up. Said that was going to happen. We've spent so much time here. So we're trapped between, look at this tiny range, 207 to basically 220. Yesterday's volume, today's volume. Through that, we might come and test 38. Through that, we're going higher day. This is like a signature of shorts being stuck, isn't it? Grind, 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 explosive moves. Okay, we're going to break down short. Grind, 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 grind. And maybe at some point you're going to get one of these washes. It would not surprise me. But again, after lunch, I think you're going to start getting a bit of a wonky options chain because Tesla and Google have earnings tonight. No, he doesn't. Does he really, John? DJ Khaled. Another prop firm. All right, so back to some Globex levels here. London low will be all the way up at 44s. We're on a squeeze right now. Shorts are definitely stuck. VIX keeps dripping down lower. Buy opportunity was down here this morning, like we talked about. Old value area low, current value area low. IB low, VWAP up, VWAP. Pullback held, drift higher. Shorts getting squeezed out of the market now. Say into here possible. So into this red box 225, then we'll probably go 40s. If we get through 40s, we're going high of day. It's as simple as that. If we get through 40, 25, 40s, high of day. If you're in this long, that's what you're looking for. 25s, 40s, high of day. Use a bathroom here. Be right back. Leave this on for you so you can see. Would you prefer this or Bookmap? Should I use a bathroom? Probably this. Delta looking good for you here. Holy smokes. Holy macaroni. Holy. Well, that'll be a short squeeze. What happened? Well, shorts are gone now. They are absolutely wreck-a-rooned. Night, we say. Night. Shorts. This can go. You are done. We've traded through you. There goes higher day. EU close to a 15% tariff deal. That's what that is. So EU close to a 15% tariff deal, considerably lower than, I can't remember if they're at 25 or 30% right now. So big old shove up on that news. VIX getting absolutely annihilated. And yeah, just traded from value to value. We're very thin structure up here. Let me check. If we get acceptance over to 8,300, we're probably going to trade up to 50s and then 92s. So this block here, if we get acceptance over it, we will trade up to 50s and 92s. If we don't get acceptance over it, then it's just going to be a peak out and a fail. Kind of nuts. What a nutso move, but it's what happens when one side is stuck. Hey, it's lovely though, Bowden. That's beautiful. Take that all day long. All day long. Straight up, straight back down. Hilarious. Straight up, straight back down. Nothing to see here. Just to clear out. Drag this along a bit. Mental, eh? What a mental market. What's MFFU? Is that my funded futures? Is that what that is? I think they just made some really good changes from what I read. So holding New York open here. This is the big level. Why has it gone over there? This is the big level. Do they come all the way back down? To value area high at this point, and do they find it as support? Where has it gone? This kind of level here. Are they going to hold this? Is this going to be excess up here? Yeah, they made some really big changes yesterday, like positive changes. Really big positive changes. Lunch coming up here, folks, by the way. New Audi bar. It's not even confirmed. So I think that's Financial Times saying US and EU close in on 15%. So it's not even confirmed news. So that's rumored news, so that you're aware. Rumored news, which is why it's a big push up and pull back down. So it's not like Trump has said it. That's come from the FT, I'm pretty sure, from what I'm seeing. So just be aware of that. Your levels here, you'd be watching previous day, point of control, current value, VWAP, etc., if that holds. But shorts just got blown out there. For sure, they just got blown out. We just ripped through London high. We're still in a range. Make sure you zoom out, understand. This is the range we're pinned in that we talked about. Until we get acceptance outside of it, we expect rotation, right? So nothing has changed here. Stay with you for a couple more minutes and then I'm going to get out of here. Yeah, market hungry for news. Yeah, it's true. It is. It is hungry for news. VIX looks like it wants lower still, honestly. Yeah, I don't want to be on a screen when the China tariff comes. I don't like. I hope he gives us proper warning of that. I don't want. I'm going to be announcing tariffs in 3 hours, and then he just fucking posts it on Truth Social 5 minutes later. I mean, we will get wrecked. That will just skip through so many levels, and you get blown out. Any stop will get filled late. I cannot imagine what that's going to look like. So hopefully he does the right thing and gives us fair warning. What does he say at the end? Thank you for your attention on this. I'm gonna fucking wreck your thesis by posting when I want. Thank you for attention on this matter. Oh! VIX new low date keeps printing lower. Oh my god, I can't wait to eat. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna get to the gym. I'm gonna watch the cricket. I'm gonna watch the highlights of the football. What day is it? Wednesday. Lions might make their selection by the time I go to bed. Should be cool. Excited for that second test. ES is going here. ES is having a good crack. Good crack. Crack. It's going for the crack. It's going for a push. You're watching that New York Open here, probably on NQ. Yeah, it went really good. Thanks, Raf. Yeah, really, really good. She's making great progress. She had her stitches out yesterday. Had a chat with a surgeon. He's really happy with how she's looking, and yeah, she's doing good. She's on the mend. I mean, it's a long road to recovery. Anyone who's done a TPLO before, you know, the next 4 weeks will be hard. We've got to get through with basically no walking, P breaks only, which is hard because she wants to run around like a lunatic at this point on a leg which has huge hole in the bone with 8 nuts and bolts and plates in. But she's doing good. So if we can get to week 6 with no problems, then we'll have the X-ray, and if all things go well, then we can start like rehab properly, which will be great. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, me and Jess were talking about that yesterday. I reckon, let's have a look. I reckon they do. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. So I asked it for, what does a dog surgeon in Los Angeles who specializes in a TPLO make? So in Los Angeles. So base salary, 180 to 280. And with bonuses or rev share, 250 to 400,000 a year. If they're not on the board, our guy was on the board. If they're not on the board, then they're more likely to earn 120 to 180. So yeah, not bad. Pretty good. It's a gnarly surgery. I don't know if any of you have seen it before. Like I watched it on YouTube because I wanted to see exactly what was done. Try and find a... I want to show you where they cut the bone, because they literally cut a chunk out of the bone. Yeah. You guys see that? Oh. So this is what they do. This is it before. That's a cruciate ligament. And they cut, see this, the bone? They cut the bone. So they have like a saw which they jab into it, and they cut the bone off, and then they rotate. So that bone would be here. So they cut a huge chunk out and they rotate the bone lower, and then they put that bolt in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought it was 8. So 6 screws in each side to locate the bone here, and then they hope that this bone rejoins in. It's pretty gnarly. It's a pretty crazy surgery. And she's now had it on both her back legs. Poor little thing. But yeah, if you watch the surgery on YouTube, it's horrific. Me and my wife watched it and we were like, oh my God, how is she walking? How is she walking? Yeah, crazy. All right, folks. Let's pull this out a bit. So I wouldn't be right without telling you the current deals in the market right now. Obviously, they sponsor the stream. You can see them in the top left. So deals still on until the end of the month. So you have 7 days left for most of these. Tradeify is 35% off for all accounts. Apex currently 80% off for all accounts. Trade day, you can start trading for as little as $59 for a 50K account. There is no activation fee on that, and it's same day payouts. And Take Profit Trader is 40% off. There are other deals on which you can use code FZT for. All you have to do is head over to the website. You can even head over to flowzonetrader.com. Everything's on there. You can click through and see all the best deals. So if there's another firm that you're interested in that I recommend, you can check the reviews out and see if it's worth trading. But those are my top 4 by a considerable margin right now. Thanks, Tibor. I'm really sorry to hear that. Really sorry to hear that. I hope you're okay. You're welcome, Christy. No worries. No worries. No worries. Thanks for turning up. Yeah, just be careful. If you're hanging around today, please be careful. Because you have earnings. We're kind of pinned in here on Tesla. If Tesla beats, I'll tell you what, they're going to get absolutely cooked. Wow. That is not the type of place where I would like to be taking an earnings play. I mean, it's risky anyway, but you got stops up here, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does one of these or if it does one of these. You know what it's like on earnings, and you best believe they're going to start hedging that into the final hour, especially on Tesla, and it will start affecting the NQ. Same with Goog. Goog has earnings today. A little bit more straightforward here, at least in Goog, but pinned in. Those are your levels on Goog. All right, just be careful, folks. It will make a big difference. We're talking about 2 of the Mag 7 having earnings at the bell today. They will start hedging their bets, okay? It will make a difference to how we operate. Do not get caught in some horrible action. You can see all it took was a post from the Financial Times saying we're close to a deal for this to rip faces. Imagine what happens if one of those Mag 7 get a big beat or something like that. Yeah, exactly. They like to rip the stops both way first. I agree, Ken. Like, especially with the options, they're like, let's burn you out, and then it settles down. And then obviously after the earnings, more importantly, really, is not the earnings themselves. It's the call, you know, and all ears would be on what they're going to say about tariffs. How are tariffs going to affect Google and Tesla? They will be talking about it, especially Tesla and Elon. You know, I would imagine there'll be fairly notable conversations about whether he's going to be more active at Tesla, how the tariffs are going to affect him, what his relationship with Donald's like, how the potential, I don't know what you call it, like rollback of the EV plan that Biden put in is going to affect us. All these things will be talked about. All right. So all I'm saying is, if you are trading the NQ, especially more than the ES, it will make a difference. It will start getting jumpy, especially in that last hour, and definitely from close into those earnings. Please be careful. We'll be back tomorrow for the same thing. We're just going to do the same layup trades over and over again, make our money, have some fun on stream. And on Friday, we're going to do a giveaway again. We'll give away an Apex account, any size you want. Are the following days pre-market good to trade after the earnings? Are the following days pre-market? You mean after tonight's earnings, will tomorrow offer a good trade pre-market? No, not necessarily. It really depends. Like, if one of them has, there's two ways to look at it, right? Is it priced in? The thing we're always thinking about is a move priced in? How many times do you see Apple in the lead up to earnings grind up and grind up and grind up? And am I doing this the right way? It might need to be that way for you. Grind and grind and grind and grind and grind and grind, and the earnings come out as a beat and it drops. Right? It's because it's already priced in. So there's no guarantee that, you know, tomorrow we get good action on those plays necessarily. It depends how big that move is today. Do we break out of key levels? Can we sustain bids? If it releases between market hours, does it affect futures more? Oh, they never release between market hours. I mean, they're released between futures market hours, but every earnings will either be pre-market, so 8:30 or 8 o'clock, sometimes even easier, and after hours, sometimes right at that bell. Sometimes you need to wait an hour for it. I don't know. I will check now just so you're prepared. Let's check. Goog's right at the bell. Goog earnings come right at the bell. All right, they're supposed to be issued right at the bell, and then the conference call will be from 4:30 to 5 o'clock for Goog. I'm just checking Tesla. Give me a second. Tesla the same, supposed to be right at the bell, and then the investors call for Tesla would be from 4:30 to 5:30, so it's an hour-long call. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so NQ would be open. Yeah, I mean, it can offer some nice trades. Obviously, like if you get some nice momentum, what you're going to struggle with is what happens if Goog comes with a beat and Tesla comes with a miss, or vice versa. You're going to get this on NQ because it's easier to trade one asset at that time, and both of those are have big impacts on NQ. If they both come with a big beat and neither of that is priced in, then you expect NQ would make a good push higher. If they both had a big miss, you expect NQ might roll back a bit. If they both do opposite, you're going to get really wonky action. Yeah, which is what, like, I don't like trading earnings when there's multiple earnings which are so heavy in one asset. If you just had Goog tonight or just had Tesla tonight, it'd be a bit easier. All right, folks. Do you want me to leave Bookmap on for you for a bit? I will need to come back and do some other work, but I can leave the stream up for a little bit for you, so you have Bookmap. So at least you've got levels to play off. Or you can I can leave this up if you'd rather have this up. Bookmap. Okay, same as yesterday. All right, folks. Peace and love. I'll leave the stream up so you've got Bookmap so you can check it out. And we go again tomorrow. Please, like I said, please be safe into the close. Don't do anything stupid. If you're green on the day, do not be giving your day back. All right, if you're comfortably green and you're like, I'm going to take another setup if it's there, make sure you've got a number in mind you're not going to lose more than. All right. Peace out.